Good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody, and welcome on in to the Dragon's Den. My name is Digital Dragon, and I am a 3D printing variety streamer here on Twitch. Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on in. Um, hey, Shaudell, welcome in. Nick, welcome on in. Uh, we've got plenty of coffee, so I hope you've got something nice to keep you warm on this cold winter's day, and uh, one day closer to hopefully a lot of our vacations, holiday breaks, things like that, where we can sit down, chill out, spend some more time working on things and projects and family. I know I'm hoping to have some time to work on some of the multitude of projects I have here other than printer builds. Hey, Pezliz, welcome on in. Timor, hello. Pezliz, that chocolate flower looked amazing, by the way. Um, so yeah, we're gonna wait a couple of minutes to let a few people trickle in from the beginning of the stream here before we get started on the actual K3 build. Vase Moj is clutch. Yes, it is. Hey, Kenneth 3D Prints, how are you doing? What is that emoji? I can't tell, but interesting. Yeah. Okay. Chocolate Pez for the wins. Oh yeah. So Um, we're gonna start trying to do a little bit of show and tell, talk about a few things that I may or may not be doing on stream, just kind of gauge some interest that we have from people. But so for show and tell today, we had a couple of things come in from KB3D Chris. Um, we've got a pair of Smart Orbiter 3 extruders. Haven't completely decided what I'm going to put them on yet. But I did grab a couple of these when they first came out. Hey, Miss Dragon, how are you doing? Chris asked me if I wanted some to try out and possibly throw in a build, and I said, why, yes, I do. Um, so I've got a couple here in the Dragon Den that we're going to try out on a couple of printers down the road. Mr. Dragon, welcome on in. How are you doing? How is your drive? I know I talked to my brother earlier, and I saw you playing with our great niece, but I didn't actually get a chance to talk to you earlier. So nice side ad Twitch. Okay, are they doing some side ads now? Um, Timor, thank you for the tier 1 subscribe. Thank you, thank you. Ungluing your fingers, super glue is fun. Yes, yes, it is. So yeah, we've got a couple of Orbiter 3s, and the nice thing with these is they are full built. Not only are they smart and they have the filament runout sensor and all that, but they also have CHC hot ends on them already. So this is a full up setup ready to go. Just find a mount it and go. So that's going to be something that we will add onto something. It'll probably be a um, either just an add-on or a upgrade to an existing printer. I'm not planning another printer build at the moment. I've got enough in queue. So sorry. Timor, I'm sorry. I can't remember if I said how many months, but you've subscribed for 8 months. So thank you for the 8 month subscribe streak. Thank you very much. The drive wasn't bad, just long. Was captured by the dragon on the landing page. Ah, oh, she was, huh? A little bit of movement, a little bit of sound. Gotcha, gotcha. So there were a couple of other things that arrived from Amazon in the last couple of days. One of which, see how many people might know what this is. So this is a 100-watt heater. This is 12-volt, 100-watt heater. You can get these in different sizes and different voltages as well. You can get them in 12-volt, 24-volt mains power. And the plan is we'll do a little bit of disassembly on this to take this plastic shroud off in the fan, and we will mount it in a printed housing. So your heater will go here with the fan on top of it, and there will be a temperature and electronics gauge down here. And it's going to be, yeah, it's a little box heater. It's, I believe they actually refer to these as car heaters, though I doubt it. They're PTC heaters. And what we're going to do is create a heater that we can add to one of our 3D printers. It can go as a bigger chamber heater to help us preheat and help us get more heat in the chamber. Like right now, I can get some of my smaller printers, like the Salad Fork and the V0. I can get those up closer, like 55 to 60 C. But on my bigger Vorons, I struggle to get them up to 55 C internal chamber temp, and that's on a long, like overnight print where it's just printing nonstop on a high temp uh, print. So we're going to try and help it along and see if we can get a little bit hotter. And I printed the casing here. Funny enough, this particular design is designed to be printed in resin, and the focus of these have been for resin printers. But once again, you can use these in other type designs as chamber heaters for either a resin printer, because a lot of your resins, if it gets too cold, either you're near a draft or you're near a window or you're out in a garage or something, you're going to have a lot of failures with your resin print. Adding a little heater into your resin chamber will help to keep the heat up within the chamber and help your resin prints keep from failing. And I'm wondering if this will be enough to boost the chamber temps in, say, a 300 size Voron. And if not, then I'll try a different one and go with a 24 volt or a mains. Because a 24 volt or a mains, I can wire directly into the printer. With this being 12 volt, I'll have to power it through an external power jack or a buck converter or something. But this is something I wanted to do and just test out and see how well it works. So we're going to build one of those and test that out. So that'll be another kind of off topic, but adjacent topic. Hey, 491 Phantom, welcome on in. Creatix Brit, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So yeah, just some cool things that are going on. We're gonna, like I said, we've got the Revo Roto now to try out. We've got the Smart Orbiter V3 to try out on printers. And it could be that I take and slap one on the Bugaboo or one of the Rooks or something like that, just to try it out. Hey, Westery One, welcome on in. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. I see that you just subscribed for 9 months, so thank you very much, Westery. What is that? We call that a Twitch baby? 9-month sub, a Twitch baby? Yeah, and let me tell you, the amount of electronics and stuff that I move around between streams, it is amazing. Like, you see all the stuff behind me. You've seen some of the clutter over here. Yeah, I'm afraid to show, but let's just say I've got a table over here, and I will move my laptop over onto the desk, and then this whole pile of stuff gets moved back over to this 2 foot by 2 foot sheet of plywood that sits here that makes a kind of standing desk next to the workbench. So yeah, I'm probably going to spend some time either working on the projects that some of this comprises to get it out of boxes and get it built and out of the way, or I'm going to have to go into cleaning mode and reorganize something. So But anyhow, where we left off on the build, we were almost done getting the tool head completely installed. And then we realized we had a problem. And that problem was there is a folder in the GitHub that says files that haven't been merged yet. And it's got the party plate. And the party plate is a plastic piece that actually connects your X and Y rails together for the cross XY kinematic system. So I had printed the one where you would have just had all wires going back through an umbilical. But we have a carabiner board, so a tool head board, which means I needed to print a different part and a spacer. And there's like 3 parts I needed to print. So after a little bit of a face palm, almost crying on stream when I realized this after 3 hours of trying to get this tool head put together, we moved on and we started working on some Z motors. And there's 3 of them, and we were working on one of them together. So I went ahead and did the other 2 off stream while I was watching Creatix Brit and Michael Law's interview, lab stream. That was kind of nice. Hey Chewy, welcome on in. Thank you for another 9-month subscribe, another Twitch baby. Welcome on in and thank you for the resubscribe. Yeah, hey everybody. Yes, plenty of hype today, Westery. Yes, plenty of hype. So I printed the parts off last night or yesterday, Tuesday night. And yesterday, off stream, I completely took the tool head apart and rebuilt it using the right party plate. So we'll get in to show that. I think what I'm going to do is before we got a hype train started. Well, there you go. Pezless with 300 bits. And thank you, Pez, for showing off. Twitch now has a thing. If you do 300 bits or more, it will toss in another 30 bits. I think it's actually 10%. So if you do like 750, it'll do another 75 bits. So thank you for showing that off, Pez, and kicking us into a hype train. So thank you, thank you. Yep, woot Twitch. Woot Twitch. I will always take an extra 10% of cheers. I will take Bezos subscriptions all the time. I like Bezos bucks. Welcome on. Ooh, and you just Pez just earned her 1,000 bits pay or badge, which means that she's given the channel 1,000 bits. Thank you very much, Liz. For those of you that don't know, I wanted to start streaming about this time last year. I was trying to get everything ready to go so that on my annual shutdown with Cisco, we're shut down for 2 weeks, I was going to use that time to start streaming. Life got in the way, didn't happen. So I actually started streaming in January of last year. So that also means that next month, we're going to hit our 1-year streaming anniversary. So that's going to be pretty cool. As you noticed, everybody's posting all of their annual achievements and stuff from both Twitch and YouTube and other socials. So, please take a look at those. Shout out to your makers that you really like and you follow that when they post those things up. It's really cool. I will tell you that I am kind of flabbergasted. I never expected to be even where I'm at today, as far as number of follows, subs, and everything, even on Twitch and YouTube. There you go, 7,100 hours watched on Twitch last year. Exactly. You spend a lot of time here with us. Westery, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to 491 Phantom. I appreciate that. For those of you who don't know, Phantom is another Air Force veteran. So hats off to you, my friend. It was pretty nice to find out when I saw that you told somebody what the 491 stood for. I was like, oh, there we go. Another one of my comm brethren. Um, yeah, lots of Saturdays. Exactly. We make up some good time on Saturdays, don't we, Pez Liz? Yeah. So like I said, what I did off stream was I went ahead and finished off a couple of our motors. And there's really only one difference per se, other than like the orientation of the pulley maybe flip-flopped between the rear motor and the left and right motor. And then the only other difference is the spacing of the pulley on the motors. So the two front motors are spaced at 8.5 millimeters from the motor face, where the rear one is only 5.5. That's really going to be the only difference. So what I was thinking is, since this stuff's up here on the table right now, we're going to sit down and finish putting the last Z motor together. Then we'll bring the printer back up here and we'll actually start back where we were. This is kind of like a prep step for a little bit later. But I just wanted to get them done so that they're all three done. We can scoot them off the table and we'll get to them hopefully later this stream. So yeah, Saturdays and Tuesdays, and don't forget Thursdays, Westery. And then a lot of streams in between with Westery and Subsector and Creatix Brit and KB3D and you name it, we got them on streams. And I'm going to try to snooze that ad break that's getting ready to come in, because like, who wants an ad break right in the middle of a hype train? Come on, let's hype it up, guys. We got a hype train going. I really don't care if you get bits and subs or stuff, but hype it up some. Let's hype it up. I know I'm trying to work on my inner free heathen, right? He's so outgoing and so personable, and he hypes us up. And you saw during our printer giveaway stream how much he hypes up a lot better than me and Chris do, doesn't he? So I'm trying to break into my inner free heathen every once in a while and say, let's hype it up some. Let's hype it up. Get a few emotes in here. No? None? Okay. I guess we just want to. There we go. Finally. Thank you, Shadell. Give us a little bit of hype here and there. I appreciate that. Also, the drop game is in effect, so you can do drops. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Not a worry, Chewy. That's why I said I could care less about bits and subs, really. I just throw some hype out there. Get some hype. There you go. Like, we kicked off a hype train. Let's throw some hype. Thank you for 10 more bits there, Pez Liz. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. There you go. Let's get some. And I think Capogen works as well. And I haven't done a shorter, so it's still Bang Capogen. Eventually, I'll have to get onto that and get that squared away. And I owe you guys. I still haven't got my shirt, because I bought a shirt and a hat together and they canceled it because there was an issue with the hats, because they embroider the hats versus silk screening them. So I need to go ahead and just get the shirt and make the shirt available, so that we have another piece of merch that we can get out there. And I'm going to go ahead and order a couple of the shirts. And I might make some different designs on the shirts as well. Okay, it looks like the hype train is finished. Westery, thank you for another 100 biddies, sis. I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. So we had a 19% of a level 2. We had 3 subs and 440 bits. thank you all so much for giving back to the channel. I appreciate that very, very much. And those of you that are kind of new, you may get some Hype Train emotes there to use and share. So thank you so much, everybody. If you don't mind, give me 1 second. I'm going to go over and flip it over to AC because it's starting to get warm up in here. There we go. Yeah, so let me just switch back over here. We'll get into some build mode. Like I said, we've got both of our front motors put together and they're set up and they're aligned and they're working well right now. So I'm going to just take these and scoot them up out of the way, and we'll bring over our other motor. In fact, the other nice thing about having like simple things like a paper towel is black parts on a black table, it kind of washes out and makes it hard to see everything. So we'll put those there, and I will grab our other camera and bring you guys in for a bit of a close-up. And page 59, I'm going to just scroll down here to the motor build piece before I switch the screen on you guys. Switch to this mode. And the Logitech camera is set up. There we go. And I'm going to take a seat right now while we do this, just because, like I said, things can be fiddly, and being up higher away from the bench, if I drop something, it hits and bounces and goes everywhere. So I'm going to try and keep fiddly stuff under control. Switch these around so their motor wires are dangling off the bench instead of in the way. So we use an interesting set of pieces. So we did our overall, I'll say, motor reduction pulleys last stream. We went through and we did the one. Let's see, what is this, Julie? Just found out I got all of Christmas week off. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, we get 2 weeks off. They extended it a little bit on us, but that's okay. I say it's okay, but what it boils down to is it requires us to take more of our PTO on their timeline versus whenever we want to take it. But I get it. Ever since COVID, we've had a lot of people that have been banking a lot of PTO, and we always work better when we use our PTO and we take the time off. So what I'm doing is I'm just grabbing a couple of things here so that we can be prepared when we start into this. But the motor gear reduction setup, if you're familiar with the Boron 2.4 builds that we do, it's very, very similar, right? I think that was, yeah, that's all I need. So in this setup here, what we've got is within this printed part on the side, we have a 625 bearing. We have a 9mm pulley. Well, bearing, a shim, a pulley, a shim. In the middle here is another 625 bearing, a shim, the large pulley, another shim, and then another 625 bearing. Now, this pulley, the shims here don't I'll say, fill up the whole gap, right? But the pulleys are actually locked onto the shaft because these shafts are D shafts. So it's nothing to really worry about in the fact that, oh, you know, there's play in the pulley. That pulley is going nowhere. It's not shifting side to side. But what it will allow you to do is once we add the motor into the side here and we get our belt tensioned, it will allow me to come back in here, loosen up the grub screws, and align the pulleys so that I have straight belts. And so the belts won't work off the side over time. Hey, Ramon, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Zombie, welcome on in. Exactly, Chewy. You were telling me that you've been working basically 7 days a week for an extended period of time, and yeah, you kind of need time to just stop and recharge your batteries occasionally. Now, a couple of things is we've got a pulley that'll go here, and this will be a smooth pulley. And then we'll have another tooth pulley down here at the bottom. So what I've done is I've chased these outer holes at a true 5mm. And I've just started into the inner holes with a 5mm, reamer, right? Because if you look at these holes from the other side, they're a lot smaller, right? So these holes are not a full 5mm hole right here and right here. So that allows the pen to go all the way in and stop, but not push all the way through. So what we're doing here is I'm just basically making it easier for that pen to go in, which is going to make aligning the shims, the pulley, and then the other shim a lot easier. Okay. The other thing that we need to do from a preparatory perspective is these are 5mm by 30 dowel pins. That means these are an actual 5mm. When you take these and you go to put them in a pulley, chances are it's kind of a tight fit or it doesn't go in at all, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to chuck this up in our drill, and then we're just going to use a little bit of sandpaper. And this is kind of the easiest way to do this, is I'm just chucking it up ever so slightly in the drill. Let's see if you guys can, right, darn it, I think, here we go. If I can keep that from moving around. So I've chucked it up ever so slightly in the drill. So basically I've chucked it right up even with this metal ring that goes around the front of the black piece, right? So these are the clamping jaws. That's about how far I've got it embedded there. And then I'm going to use sandpaper, and this is like 80 grit sandpaper. And I'm just going to wrap it around, apply pressure, and then go at it with the drill for a little bit. And that's going to help sand down the shaft. You know, you can see with the 80 grit, it's going to start marking it up quickly. And all we're going to do is sand for a little bit and keep checking and test fitting until we get it a snug fit where it'll still move through easily. Okay. I'm going to come back in with a little bit finer grit just to kind of get some of those scratches, you know, the deeper scratches out. And then we'll test that bearing and a little bit better. It gets in there a little bit easier, but we are seeing where it's still catching some. So we're going to pull this back off, and we need to just go a little bit more. So we'll hit a little bit more with our heavier grit. Thanks for the lurk, Ramon. And welcome on in, Rodney Mac. And so once again, I'm going to take that and I'm going to test fit that. And I still want it to be fairly tight. I don't want it to be completely loose because then that means we've gone too far. But that's really good. And what I'm going to do is, remember, this was the side that was, whoops, yeah. This is the side, you can see how there's a little bit of discoloration. This is the side that was in the chuck. So I'm going to take this and put it right down through, just stick it in the top of the bearing because I tested it with the smooth idler. So I don't want to take this and then throw it in this one because it may be a different fit. Right? Each one of these idlers is going to be a little bit differently depending on how tight the tolerance are in the pulley when they press fit the bearing. So same thing here. Well, that actually works pretty good. That's fairly tight, but it does slide on and off fairly easy. So this I don't need to even worry about. So we can put our drill down and grab our sandpaper and get it out of the way. And then we're going to need to get our these are all 1 millimeter shims that we use here. So let me find my 1 millimeter brass shim washers. Yeah, once again, the motor drive pulleys here are very, very reminiscent of the pulleys that we do on a Voron 2.4 for the Z-axis. They're just built, I'll say, in place through the part versus building them and then clamping the part over them, which makes them a little bit more difficult to do. Just once again, it's fiddly to get things in between the parts, and you'll see that. So we've got a tooth pulley here, which means the first pulley that we're going to put in is going to be the smooth bore pulley. So once again, we're going to start with the end that we sanded. We're going to push that in to our printed part. We're going to need to put a shim on there. This is where we start getting fiddly. Hey, Turtle, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Come on. The actual shim washer is tight on the end. There we go. Now we're going to take the smooth pulley and we're going to get it in there. And you're probably going to have to pull your, play the whole game of push, pull until you get it in the right spot. Probably going to be easier for me to try and set it up on a stack like this to get it lined up. Come on, darn it. trying to do this and show it on camera is what my issue is. How are you doing tonight, Turtle? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we got that resting on the shim. We're going to put this in. We need to try and line it up with our meat mitts. And then there we go. We got it lined up. Push that in some. And you're going to need to make sure that you've got space left in the between the pulley and the printed part. And right now my shaft's too far in there, so I got to kind of pull it back out, which might be easier said than done. Now we need to get another shim in there and get it lined up. And there's no way I'm going to be doing this on the screen down here. So let me go ahead and flip you guys back up here. So it's all about just trying to look in there, get it lined up, use some tweezers if you got them, try and get the shim in place lined up. There we go. And so when you're done, that shaft goes all the way in, and you just push it in so it's at least flush with the side. If you can get it in even more, even better. But that becomes your top smooth pulley. We'll switch back over here now so you can see. Here we've got our top smooth pulley in place. And then we'll come down here and do the same thing for this lower pulley. So shaft goes in. We're going to put a 5mm by 1mm washer on it. Yep. And once again, those washers are machined really, really well. So you really have to have them lined up straight on the shafts for them to actually go on the shafts easy. Just line that pulley up and push the shaft through some. And then I tend to get the shaft close enough to the end so that that pulley is nice and doesn't fiddle around too much, so that I can put the other shim in there. And I'll try and do what I can and show you guys on so you can possibly see the you can see the other shim in there. It's just trying to get it square on, in the slot. So it needs to be not just side to side, but I'll say top to bottom lined up so that the shaft will go all the way through. And there we go. And so you can just take and push these in some. So they're just past flush. And as Turtle was saying, you can take another one of your drivers and just push those pins in a little bit more if you need to. But those are nice and good in there. Now the next thing that we got to do is there's 4 screws here. The only thing these screws are doing is reinforcing these pieces where the pulleys are at. So we just need to add 4 M3 by 35 screws there. Warming up the Mercury to do testing and tuning. Okay. Yeah, you can use the hex driver. I find using freezers are normally fairly good at trying to get them in there because you can come in from both sides to keep them from squirreling out one side when you push it in. And these are just getting tightened down. Once again, these are just there for reinforcement. It's not, you're not trying to compress anything. It's not there to hold pieces together. It's just there to provide support. Oh yeah, these have near zero play side to side on these pulleys here. Now this pulley, it could use like another 1 millimeter shim, but I believe it's done like that to allow you to align this side pulley in and make sure that your belt's tracking straight through. So this lets you move your large pulley one way or the other a little bit so that it aligns and it's not dragging on anything. So we've got these 4 pieces in. We're going to leave that driver out. And let's see, we basically, you can put these in at first, you can put them in later, doesn't really matter. So here's that pulley drive setup that we did before. Once again, it's a bearing, shim, pulley, shim, bearing, shim, large pulley, shim, bearing. And normally, like I said, you would build that and then you would just set it in place and then add a second part on top and clamshell it for a Voron Z drive. Here it's not. And here I wonder if, because these are sort of online, if they couldn't have cut this and made it in 2 parts so that you basically build it, set it in there, put the top part on, and then add, strategic, a few more M3 by 35s to really hold this in place and clamp it down. I don't know though. It'd be interesting if that is something that could have happened. So there's doing the smooth pulley, then the tooth pulley down in the front. Our motor, I've already set the motor pulley on here with a 5.5 millimeter distance. Like I said, the main difference between this one and the other ones is this is 5.5. The other 2 are 8.5 millimeters. And then we're going to install this and make sure that we loop it through our belt. And we're going to install it with 3 M3 by 30s and 1 M3 by 8. So and it does not talk about using any Loctite on these particular screws. But it does show is, okay, we're going to come in from this side, and our screws are going to come in from this side, and we need to be cognizant of where our motor wires exit. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm trying to figure. So, why do they suggest using ASA versus ABS? Turtle. Yeah, you can also move the pulley on the stepper as well, to get things lined up. So, we're going to take our motor, making sure that we've got our belt, I'll say, about as aligned as we can get it. We need to bring our motor through here, loop it in that belt. Loop it in the belt. There we go. And get it lined up just like that. And then we're going to go ahead and add in our screws. And I'm just going to go ahead and add in a couple of the screws. I got one to bite on the motor, so that should make it easier to line up the others. Once again, these three are the full length M330s that go all the way through the printed piece. And then this one, you've got to feed through the hole under the belt. And I find sometimes you have to do a little bit of an angle to get past the belt and then get into the other channel there. And then that'll line up. Okay. Now what you're going to want to do is I'm just going to rotate the pulley and make sure that my belt's tracking straight. And if it's not, which it's not, and that belt's moving this way, I'm going to line up um, my pulley shaft here. And I know that I just checked, and this is on the round, so I'm going to use a 2mm driver and loosen this rub screw. Rotate it back forward, loosen this grub screw. And that's going to allow me to slide this over some so that I can line my belt back up on the center line. And not back down. Tighten this back down. We're going to work that belt back in line. And I'm still not happy with it's riding still off center, and it's right up against the edge of that lower pulley. It's going to be really hard to see here. So what I want to do is I am going to loosen up this pulley and let it self-center a little bit. So I'm going to just barely crank it loose. Give it a little nudge. I just want to make sure that it's tracking right along the center line of this, because the large groove doesn't have lips. So if it starts to go off, it's going to start damaging the belt. And you don't want it riding right up against the edge of the lip either on the pulley. That's why we wanted to scoot that pulley over a tad bit more. Make sure we lock it back down on the flat. And then on the, whoops, tighten up the other one. There we go. And I haven't tightened the belt up yet. And that's where we're basically going to just try and pre-tension this by hand. Hold it in place and then tighten it down. Okay. Seems like it's wanting to crack some to the side. Okay, I can live with that. So now we've got all three of our Z motors in place. We go ahead and turn that off and check on our chat real fast. Gonna set these over here on the chair and get them back out of the way. Now we've got all three of our motors ready to go. Hopefully we will make it to installing these on the printer a little bit later. Okay. Oh, I guess it helps if I turn the other camera back on. There we go. And sorry about that, folks. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. Subsector, you got my package? Awesome. Nope, not a problem. I know everybody's been super busy trying to get things closed up before going on vacation, or I know my company shuts down for 2 weeks, so everything's hair on fire this week, and then next week everybody's going to slowly leave the office and start their leave early. Hello, Guillotine. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Stephen Poole, welcome on in. How's it going? Da Vinci, welcome in. So a little bit has changed since the last stream. What I wound up doing, so this printed part, I guess I'd say, this printed part here is called the party hat. And the one that we had in there was a lot taller. It was about as tall as the carriage here, right? And we got the whole tool head put together and then realized this was the wrong party plate. So there was basically a 1.1 version of the party plate that you would use if you weren't using a tool head board. But we're using a tool head board, so I had to reprint the party plate. So off stream, what I did was I unscrewed the 3 fans or the 3 screws on each side for the fans, and then the 2, we're going to flip around here, and then the first 2 right here, and this 2 fan assembly can drop out. Then I undid the screws and dropped the tool head out, and I was able to remove the party plate. Get the party plate put back in, mount the hot end again, which has the 2 screws that mount into the back of this carriage, and then we brought the fans back in and screwed them in, and that way it prevented us from having to do as much disassembly. Then what I did, sorry if I'm making everybody sick, was I put our party plate on here loosely and figured out, okay, with that there, our wires were way too long. So what I'm doing was I was routing my wires, and then I was cutting and terminating them so that we can bring them up here and plug them in. This particular wire, I have it through the middle right now, but it's going to come out the front because it's going, whoop, actually it's not. Let me see if I can set this down and get it to sit still. So this is going to be the part cooling fan. This is going to be the hot end fan. So my part cooling fan will plug in, and then it gets pushed down into this slot. The probe pan would go down into this slot as well. Whoops, into this slot as well in the top. But any connector I put in there is going to foul out on that hot end fan because of the way the hot end fan is mounted on this tool head. So, in talking with Poity, I believe it was Poity, it might have been Turtle. Turtle or Poity, one of the two. We're going to use the beacon probe on this, and the beacon probe is 5 volt, and this is set up for a 5 volt probe, but they highly suggest not to run the beacon through this board and then through the umbilical back. You want to run the beacon home all the way back, right? The tumbler did show up subsector. Give me 1 second. Darn it, I'm starting to fight the beginnings of a cold. Yeah. So basically all my fan wires have been cut shorter and re-terminated. I did that last night when I took this apart and rebuilt it back up. I am not going to leave this on here. I was just resting it there to talk about it because the board actually gets mounted with through bolts that will go, you'll have the board that sits in here. You'll have a spacer that makes up this gap, and then your Sherpa is going to fit on top and mount through the spacer, through the board, and into heat sets that are on your party plate. I'm waiting on the gear package. I didn't realize that I used my last set of BMG gears putting together the CW2 for Chewy's 2.4 this weekend. So I've got the power supplies for this build and a couple of sets of Bondtech gears coming in from KB3D so that we can do the Sherpa. So we're going to move on from the tool head. I'm going to take this off just so I don't dump it and throw it all over the place. Hold on to those. We might need those. I'm just going to set that down there. The other thing I need to do is, of course, my heater wire and thermistor are going to be way too long. But it looks like I'm going to be able to pretty easily just cut these probably about right there, terminate them with a Molex 4-pin, and plug those in. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But yes, subsector, the tumbler did show up. I actually showed it off on stream Tuesday, and it's downstairs, so I'd have to go down and grab it real fast. Yeah, I'm starting to get a cold, some post-nasal drip going on, so I keep coughing. That's what I just did, was mute the mute the mic while I cough. Let me actually try and drink something that'll help. And yes, it did arrive. It did arrive. Sorry, and we'll do a little bit of show and tell. The next thing we're going to do is start working on belts, but let's do a little bit of show and tell. Again, we did this at the beginning of the stream, but my latest care package from Chris came in, and I've got 2 of the new Orbiter 3s to play with. He sent these to me so that I can try them out on some machines. I do not have a build designated for these. I'm thinking that these will be more of upgrade retrofits to existing machines that I have. One may go on the Rook 2020. In fact, I may reprint the parts for my Rook and reprint it as the Rook 2020 Mark I files. We'll see. And at that point, look at running this as opposed to the standard that's on it today. We'll see. But I got to figure out how this goes, because where the Revo Roto is just the extruder, a smart extruder, and you can adapt to different heat breaks and nozzles, right? On this has a CHT built right in. Now, I did hear that there is going to be a Smart Orbiter 3 Revo edition in the works. That hasn't come out yet, but I did hear a rumor that that is in the works. But that's also going to increase the cost a bit more too. You're going to do it for the Trident? Nice. Yeah, one of them might wind up on the Micron. One may wind up on the Trident 350. We'll see. Yeah. Hey, Red 3DP, thank you for the follow. Thank you. So we're going to, well, I say kind of desk scroll. I'm going to scroll back up now that we've got our 3 motors built. I'm going to come back up here to the toolhead section. And once again, we'll revisit that toolhead next week. Yeah. So basically, we're up to page 57 here with the toolhead. We'll have the carabiner that'll sit in here. We'll have the spacer, and then we'll have to build our extruder and mount our extruder on here. And it's weird because this image shows the Sherpa Micro. I've got the Sherpa Mini, right, which is a little bit bigger. And the weird thing is it shows the Micro with the idler on the left. The Mini shows it with the idler on the right, but then I see other pictures and it shows the idler on the left. So I don't know if it matters. I've got the parts printed to put it either direction, right or left, so we'll have to see. And hey, welcome on in, Red 3DP. But once again, I'm waiting for the BMG gear drive to come in. Once I get those in from Chris, which I just got a shipping label today, hopefully they'll be here by Tuesday and we can finish the top end of this. If not, we'll wait until next Thursday and do that. And that would be the tool head done. And now we're going to start belting on the X and the Y. And this is kind of where it can get a little bit interesting on our belting. So let me see. Y, X. I don't think it matters. Yeah, we'll start right here because that's going to be the side that you'll see. And it says to start with 60 centimeters of a GT2 or 2GT 9mm belt. So all the belts in here are 9mm, which is nice. It's fairly thick and robust compared to our normal 6mm. Let me rephrase that. The only 6mm that we have is the 6mm closed loop belts that we used on the Z drive, the Z drives. All of this is 9mm belt, so it's kind of chonky. And it wants us to use 60 centimeters. Hoity Turtle Crawler, if you have other suggestions, let me know. If not, I'm I'm just gonna pull out 60 centimeters, make a cut, and go from there. And of course, I hate when you start playing with belts because this is a lot of belt right here. And if you're not careful, it you'll drop it and it goes everywhere. And I'm going to try and just unwind it and keep at least tape on one of the flats here to keep it from completely unspooling on me. We'll see. We'll see how good I am at that. And what I've got is I've just got my meter stick up here. So I'm going to put the belt right at the end. Lay it right next to it. Come find my 60 centimeters without moving it. Helps if you have your snips already ready. The 60 centimeters, and I'm just going to do a quick look, and yep, that looks like it'll make it and work. So I'm going to need 4 of these. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to lay it out there, and we'll do 4 of these just in the same way. So lay it down here and line it up with the end of my meter stick. Come up here to 60. And I'm basically going to do first valley past 60. Is where I'm going to cut at. There's 2. 3. And 4. Let's see if we can just get this, keep this nice and tight and hold it back up and over. And we'll put the bolts over it. Is J-Ray, who's having surgery now? Like everybody's having surgery. Oh, goodness gracious. Jerry, stop trying to be helpful.
There's nothing to stop here. Check if the device is on your home Wi-Fi.
Okay. Are you got to be there by 1 p.m. Solar? Okay. Not sure what kind of surgery it is, but I hope everything goes well. This is not a Core XY printer, Red 3DP. This is a cross XY printer. So what that means is there are linear rails on the undersides of the entire top here. Okay. And then there's a linear rail that crosses in each direction. So this is your y-axis, because this is the front of our printer. We have our piece of tape marking the front of our printer. So this would be the y-axis with a cross linear rail. So the y-axis is going on a linear rail here. So in essence, we have 3 linear rails that make up the y and 3 linear rails that make up the x. So the way this is going to work is we're going to route a belt through this piece. It'll come over and go around the drive pulley, go back down around an idler, and then come back and get tightened off. So what that in essence does is it creates shorter belt paths, and we're going to use 2 opposing motors to drive the y-axis, 2 opposing motors to drive the x-axis. So you get more torque and smaller belt runs, so you can get higher speeds. Rotator cuff. Okay, yep, been there, done that. I've done labrum tear on the right shoulder. It was almost torn in half. Took 4 screws and a bunch of stuff to get that one done. And then the left shoulder was torn labrum, rotator cuff, and bicep tendon. So I really screwed that one up. So now that we've got our belt material cut, once again, 9mm belt, so thick, wide belt, 60 centimeters. Kind of hard to tell in the picture, but what we're going to do is we're going to bring our belt in right in front of the screw here. Let me see if I can pull this around some, make it easier, get you guys a little bit closer. Move some show and tell off. Okay, so there's a slot in the gantry right in front of the screw here. We're going to push our belt through that slot, and it's going to come in and immediately go at an angle, and it's going to come out right where this screw's at. And we're going to pull the screw out. We're going to push our belt through there, and we're going to loop it around on itself so that we're basically going to create a loop with the teeth like that, pull it back in, and then run the screw back through this, and that screw becomes the anchor point. Okay. So that's kind of what we're going to do. And I don't know how simple or easy it's going to be to push this in through this material. And that's what I was a little worried about, was whether or not these paths were nice and clean enough to get the belt started in them. And it feels a little tight. And I'm trying to think if these print flat, or no, these are printed on this edge. So there could be some elephant's foot right here in this gap, which is what I might wind up fighting with, which is why I was trying to work on that opening a little bit. Doing the right shoulder again, but the top. Ooh. Hey, Maker Viking, how are you today? Welcome, welcome, sir. This is a pretty tight fit. And I wonder if it's easier to just push it all the way in from the other side here. Let me go ahead and pull that screw. All I'm going to do is see if it would be a little bit easier to push it from this side and then out and then just pull it through this piece. And yeah, it moves all the way over there real fast or real easy, and then it gets tight trying to make this last curve. It's amazing why, it's so hard to push a rubber belt through a slot. Now, I know I had mine first one done a few years ago. How long did they tell you were going to be uh, in a like a sling and stuff before you're able to get back into swing of things? Right. Like I said, coming this way, I can get it pretty close to the end if I can just get it to work through. Oh, 6 weeks. Here's potentially gouging a the belt there. So we're just going to have to take our time and work on this a little bit to try and clear this hole. I wonder, and I know I'm going to have to take this out anyhow, so I'm wondering if I take this out, if there's any type of compression that's happening here. This will be the other end of the piece that um, is used to hold it together. You just double, triple check that I am okay. And I was feeding that in the wrong direction too. So this is going in with the teeth towards this screw that's on the screw for the tensioner. So the smooth side facing out. Hey, Otters, Angel Den, welcome on in. So we're fighting with our belts at the moment. And this is why I didn't want to start it on stream Tuesday that late in the stream, is because I knew that these were either going to just right in or they were going to be a pain in the butt. And right now it's looking like they're going to be a pain in the butt. For no other sense than it's just, oh, maybe. Getting there. Here we go. There we go. Progress is made. Progress is made. We've got belt. Okay. So once again, we're going to take this belt and we're going to loop the two side towards itself like that to make a loop. All right. If that's understandable what I'm doing there. So you can see it right there on the screen. We've pulled that belt through. We're going to fold the tooth, ensuring approximately 6 to 7 teeth are engaged. And then we're going to start to pull the belt back through. And then we're going to take our screw that we had pulled out, run it back up, make sure it goes in the gap between the belt. And then we'll screw that back in. So we don't have to loosen it up, but this belt is getting wrapped around the this other screw here. So we do need to pull this screw out to be able to get the belt path through. You can see how that belt's kind of getting pulled through there. And since we've got our teeth engagement, we should be able to pull the extra slack through here, or maybe not. We're going to have to pull the loop until it's flush with the plastic part, keeping the belt pinched with your fingers, then pull the belt where it exits the plastic part. I mean, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I know there's going to be a shim between the panel and this, so it can come out a little bit, but turtle in here. Because, well, it looks like this is an open top. It's not an open top. Just got back. Okay. These belts. Did you miss any cursing? Yes. Um, is it okay to have like a little bit like that, or do I really need to try and shove that in there more? You're doing printer and laser things? Pull. So grab hold of this belt and just pull like the Dickens. Because yeah, it's pretty darn tight in there. Not something I'm used to doing. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now it's going to come down and wrap around this bottom pulley, and this is a drive pulley on this side. So we'll bring it down and make sure it stays around the pulley. And it'll ride up. And then on this side, it's going to go around a tooth idler pulley. And like that. And then this is where we'll have the other frustrating piece. So the part that's got the heat set insert is on the outside face here. So you're going to take this, line it up with that piece there, and insert it into said cavity, which is going to be, once again, a very tight fit. Yours are tight against the bolt. Okay. So this is going to be a very tight fit to get it into the piece. And if I remember right, watching, oh, what's his name? Golden Jaguar do this. He wound up having to use like a much longer bolt to be able to get to this to pull this in. But these are very, very tight. Well, I printed them with standard print settings. Hey, Poity, how's it going? Let's see, what are the longest we've got? Is M3 by 50 is the longest we've got? Oh, that might get me to a tooth. I'm doing good, Poity. We're having fun with type printed parts. Fun with type printed parts. File the edges down a bit. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's not feeding. You're slid in and out without brute force. Awesome. So probably what I did was I printed this with PC ABS. And I'm sort of wondering if the shrinkage rate is more. And so I should have went like 100.5 on the printed parts. You need to tug tightly on the belts to convince them to come out. Yeah. Okay, well, not a problem. We can file. We can definitely file at least the very ends down here, because that will give us the ability to at least get it in more before we start getting tight. By the way, I found something else out after the last stream. because I went to swap out my oh God. I went to swap out my not my desiccant, my carbon out of my Nevermores. And yeah, I realized that the reason it smelled so bad was because I never put any carbon in the Trident. So I've been running the Trident without any activated carbon filtration going on. So what I'm going to do now is use the M3x50 screw, which should be able to get in there now that I was able to get that in there a little bit better, to start pulling that in, hopefully. Maybe. Maybe not. Just fill it with coffee. Yeah. So, yeah. The full side flat to the part. Okay. Yeah, I was going to try and not have to do that, but I'm going to have to, so. Yeah. So, away from the teeth. We're going to do the other side. We're just going to do the full thing. Full Monty here. And apparently, my fingernail along the way. Got the part a couple, 3 times. Like, what did you do last night? Well, I watched some guy fumble around with his rubbers trying to get his little stick to go into the hole. That's basically what we're doing, is trying to get the little stick here to fit in the hole with the thick rubber belts. And I mean, these parts right here were pretty tight, even without the belt material in there. So fender sander, yeah. Sanding block and some 80 grit. You got, yeah, I know. It's just a pain in the ass. I mean, pain in the butt. If I can at least get like this M3x50 to start biting, I can pull it in some and then switch over to the other one. But apparently that's still going to be a pipe dream. Oh, I know it's not that big of a deal. It's just a pain in the tuchus. You kind of joke. I do have a belt sander downstairs. There's part of me is thinking like, I think I got a bastard file downstairs too, which is a really rough one. We'll just sand a little bit more here, or file a little bit more off. And I don't want to file it too much to where it's basically a loose fit, because then it kind of defeats the purpose as well. We're getting it pretty far in. And it should definitely be into the whatchamacallit, the heat set. Yay! We at least got it into the heat set so that we're pulling it in. I also want to be careful that I don't put the end of this screw through the printed part. Oh, nothing, Subsector. You missed me getting frustrated with a printed part that is very, very tight, and the tolerance is just really, really too tight. I don't think it's the printed part's fault. It may have been my settings. And now I'm trying to use a couple of. I'm trying to use a longer screw than what goes in here to pull it tight. And then if I can get it pulled tight with this, then I will swap it out with the right screw. Yeah, I mean, this is a great tensioning mechanism. It's just, like I said, I think my print tolerances may just be fairly tight because of the material that I was using, and it may have had uh, more of a shrink rate than standard ABS or ASA. So I can tell that my screw is now showing through the end. So that's good. And my belt's definitely getting tighter. So does that printed piece go all the way in and flush, or does it leave a little bit still hanging out? Um, Inquiring minds want to know, turtle crawler and pointy. Like, how tight are the belts? I'm going to put the correct screw in now and tighten that in there. But I mean, belts are pretty tight there now. So that's one down. Yay! And all we're going to do, I'm going to go ahead and flip it 180 degrees and we'll work on the belt on the other side. Just so we're doing them in, I'll say, kind of matched pairs. We're going to flip that around. And we're going to work from basically the opposite side now. So this being, let me see, this being our tensioner side. So we'll go ahead and pull this out. There's the other part that'll be the tensioner. So we might as well just go ahead and start grinding on that a little bit. Well, darn it. Oh, sweet. So you got your Z-axis is all set up and everything. You just need the X-rail to finish off your gantry and belt it up. So we'll go a little bit there. We're going to go ahead and take this screw out here. Somewhere along the lines, we'll use the correct driver for that. There's a part of me that like wants to really rip, like print one of these and rip it apart so that we can take a look at how we're actually going through here and doing this. Now, once again, when we come through this piece, the flat side of our belt is facing out. And this short flat side here is the side that it was printed on. So I have a feeling that I have just a little bit of like elephant's foot on the slot that I need to clean out. Or I know I'm probably getting my balding head in the way. Okay. Real tight. And it's tight like top to bottom, not not the thickness of the belt. It's tight in the 9 millimeters up and down. So turn this towards me so I can. That's all it is a little bit of elephant's foot on that slot because that's the side that prints down on the plate. So once we get the side opened up enough, we can pull the belt through like that. And so once again, what it tells us to do is to take 6 or 7 threads, fold that over and interlock it, just like that. And then we're going to pull it back through, keeping it pinched the whole time so that it goes back in there, but it locks in on itself. This is nice, good, and tight. And then we're going to put our screw back up in there. And so the belt is looping around the screw, and the screw is becoming the leverage point there. And then once again, we need to pull and make sure that we've got all the slack out of that. That's pretty good there. Now, once again, this is going to come down. We're going to go around what's going to be the idler pulley on the front side now, across the top. And then on this side, it's going to be the drive pulley. Or I'm sorry, no, yeah, the drive pulley because we're at the bottom. And then we'll have to use our printed piece. We just line our teeth up on our printed piece like that, insert it in, and we would use a screw to tighten it in. That one went pretty good right off the bat. So now we'll take the screw that's designed to go in here. Whoops, I was doing it right. This one's not going to be long enough just yet, so I am going to take the M3 by 50. And basically we're going to work this in and tighten it up. And then we'll swap over to the correct screw once we pull this in a little bit more. As you tighten these belts, just make sure that they're lined on the pulley. Very nice subsector. Yeah, builds are fun. Like, yes, there are some frustrating things in builds, but for the most part, builds are fun and they're challenges, right? And you and I, we're in tech. We deal with tech problems all day long. But this is a completely different type of problem that we get to solve when we're at home and we're not dealing with screaming customers and all that stuff. Well, dang. Yeah, I don't mind necessarily having some tech challenges like I'm having right now. Um, because it is what it is. Okay, so 2 belts are in place. Everything's moving well. We're still hitting our end stops at the same point, so that's good. Now we're going to flip around and we'll start working on this belt, which is the X belts. We did the Y belts first. Oh, you got your board today from Chris? Nice. Yeah, I'm trying to decide. So I ordered the UHP 224 and 48 volt. And so those will be the power supplies for this build right here. I have a 350, but I was looking and the 350s are thicker, wider, and longer. And the one of the limiting factors here is going to be the depth of the electronics box, and then the length that I have between an electronics box and the grommet that the Z motor wires feed through into the electronics box. So I got to be careful of the overall length. And I was looking, and most people are using the 200 versus the 350 size. Okay, we'll see. Hopefully that's good enough. We need to, we'll do a little bit more. I am going to go ahead and dig on this hole a bit, since I know that has seemed to be what the issue is elephant's foot. in this slot. Be fairly ready for your electronics now. Good. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting build. I'm using a Supernova. Go ahead and kind of show this off a bit. So the Supernova here, it uses a Raspberry Pi 2040 as the controller, and you get 4 stepper motors, and they literally go 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. And these are Big Tree Tech 5160T Pros, and I believe they're rated to like 2.5 or 3 amps. I'll have to double check. And the biggest thing you're looking for are these capacitors right here. If you can see, that is a, if I can get it to 63 volt. There we go, 63 volt, 330 microfarad. So this is rated up to 63 volt, which means you can put up to 48 volts in here. And I think this board is actually rated to 56 total. So I'm going to run this on 48 volts and run these for 48 volts. Now these are the standard LDO motors. They end in 2004 MAH. So these are the 2004 long boys. So they've got the full long shafts in them. I've heard a lot of issues with using 48 volt steppers and the 2804s, and you have to run them fast. If you do not run them fast, you get all kinds of vibration in these shafts, and you get all kinds of weirdness. So I'm staying with the stock motors. I'm going to run them at 48 volts. And these steppers run in SPI mode. So you've got, there's a little dip switch right here, and you would set this for whether or not you're using centraless homing or not. And this appears to be using centraless homing. And then this dip switch is whether or not you're using SPI. So all these are turned on for SPI because 5160s use SPI. If I use another one of these for the Z motors and the extruder, I would have all of these off because I'd be running those at TMC 2209s. I'm not sure which board I'm going to run. Time for nighttime coffee? Exactly, Pezliz. But you'll notice here, this just has stepper and an end stop for 4 motors. No fans, no thermistors, no nothing. So you still need to run a standard board. So I've got another SKR Mini E3 V3 that I can run. So I'd have this running 48 volts, the SKR running 24 volts, and a Raspberry Pi that I would feed off of the SKR Mini, right? That way I don't need to have yet another power supply or a buck converter or anything. Nice, turtle crawler. So we've got the 2 Y belts. We're going to run the 2 X belts, but I wanted to pull this out and show that this is the Constellation Supernova with the Big Tree Tech 5160T Pro stepper drivers. So I've got a UHP 224 and a UHP 248 on order that I'll get probably next week. So I'll be here plenty of time. I'll run these off 48 volt and everything else will run off the the UHP 200 24 volt. And I'm either going to, so I can do like an SKR Mini E3V3 and a Raspberry Pi. I could do that, and I've got a big Tree Tech Pi that I could use, which would take a 24 volt input, so I can just run it straight off 24 volt. Or I could always go and do like a Manta style board, like get an M4P, because you have 3 Z motors and an extruder, so I just need 4 more motors. Get an M4P and a CB1 module. I can upgrade to a CB2 down the road or something and go that route. So, I mean, there's options. I still haven't solidified on which those options are going to be. So once again, the flat side of the belt is facing the outside of the printer when we're trying to stick this through. And as long as I've got the slot opened up enough, should be able to get this worked in there a couple of teeth at a time. You're doing Christmas cards super late. I do Christmas cards super late too, because I don't do Christmas cards. I'm one of those people. All right, subsector. Oh, I'm sorry about your mom. Hope she feels better. Yeah, Mrs. Dragon. I made a comment earlier that Mrs. Dragon left me today on Free Heathen stream, and he quickly went into like, do we need to stop the stream and start chatting on Discord? And I'm like, oh, no. Sorry. Poor choice of break-in sentence. Mrs. Dragon left today to go up to my brother's house because my brother had a procedure today, and he had some uh, blood vessels ablated today, some veins ablated, which is basically where they go and they burn out the vein because it was causing them problems. And so Mrs. Dragon went up to basically help with the great niece. So yeah, she wanted to go get some baby time. So she did not leave me. She just left, but not on like a multi-day trip. She just went up to visit again. So we need at least 6 of these folded over. We're going to squish it together and we're going to pull it back through. And eventually I'll figure out how to do this to make it easy to get these pulled back into said channel. And tight. It's definitely tight, but we'll start pulling it through. We'll get it close. It'll give us a little bit that we can put our screw back in. Put our screw back in there, which is going to become the locking pole that it rotates around, or not rotates around, but that it locks around. And then we'll tug and pull to get the rest of this belt tight in there. Maybe. Really no easy way to grab hold of this either. Okay. Now we're going to pull this around, or we're going to feed this around our, yes, this is a drive pulley here. Come around over on this side through an idler. Pull our gantry down some so we have room to where we can get in here and play with our belt tensioner some. We've already gone ahead and tried to sand the three sides down some, and our heat set goes along the longer flat edge here. We're going to line the belt up with the end like we did before. We're going to insert this as far as we can, is hopefully fairly far by hand. Already feels like that's going to be a knot. Yep. No, we're going to have to stand on that some more. And I think use some of this slit here too. Hey, Modlight, welcome on in, my friend. Welcome on in. Thank you for hitting some of those shout outs. Wondering how much skin I'm going to have left on my knuckle by the end of the day. Probably not going to be a lot. Line that back up with the end of that piece again. Insert it in here. Like I said, I'm okay with a tight fit as long as I can get hold of it and pull it in some with this. In 3x50. You should have the package in the morning, Modlight. Okay. Good news. So, turtle crawler, since you're back again, do I want the tensioners? Do I want them fully flush to start with? Meaning these the tensioner pieces that I'm screwing in right now on the belt. Do I want those fully flush with the carriage here, or do I want a little bit? Like I'm just trying to figure out how tight I make these belts. Depends on belt tension. Okay. And what should belt tension be? Or will it tell me to do the belt tension here in a little bit? think you read around 120. Okay. Yeah, we'll check it, and if not here, I know there's a plethora of information in the Discord. I've been trolling that hard the last few days, both Fabrico's itself and, of course, Annex Engineering's. Oh, thanks for doing the shout out, Modlight. If you can also do a shout out for Subsector and Westery One, I'd appreciate it. Yeah. So what I'm doing is using a M3 by 50 with a couple of washers on it to keep it from pulling in, the head of the screw pulling in. Oh, yeah, no, I'm good on the belts. One of them is hanging out. Well, actually, the two Y ones I had hanging out a little bit, but if we're going for, these two are pretty tight, and I've got maybe 2 millimeters. I come all the way to the end here, and the carriages are bottoming out before they're in danger of touching a pulley. So, and they're both lining up and hitting the end stop at the same time, so that's good. So this one's done. Now we need to flip it around and do our last belt. We've kind of, I think, sort of figured out what the pattern is to get these done. And of course, we're on the last belt now, so. Get out of our way. Yeah, it said to cut 60 millimeters. So what I did was I went, I measured it out 60 millimeters, or 60 millimeters, 60 centimeters, and then went like 1 or 2 past. So should be good. Pepsi Max ad. Oh, the one that I love, 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 love. What's everybody seeing on YouTube today, right? You couldn't go anywhere today without somebody doing an ad for, or not an ad, but a video on the new A1, right? So I'm watching A1 videos this afternoon as I finally got some break-in meetings and was watching some YouTube vids. And I kid you not, at least 4 times I got whatchamacallit, Prusa XL tool changer. And it's the ad that's the Prusa XL tool changer with no basically no purge required, right? Multi-material, no purge required, doing TPU, PLA, PETG. And I'm sitting there like, oh, there's the dig and the twist. Right during Bamboo Lab vids. Because that's the other big thing with the Bamboo Lab vids today is, yep, there's still an inordinate amount of poop. And between the poop and the purge block, it winds up being more than the print normally. Okay, so we got our tensioner out. We need to sand down our tensioner. I just used the brush to clean the residue out of the file because it was starting to get clogged up some. So I'm going to go ahead and we're going on the back side of the teeth. So you got the teeth on one side, we're flattening out on the other side, and that'll give us some more room for our belt. Yeah. And I'm going to go on the edges, or yeah, on the sides, just a little bit, not a lot. All I'm trying to do is any potential for an issue with my pressure advance where I'm getting a bulging corner. I just want to try and square those up a little bit more to help this go in a little bit easier. And we also need to work on cleaning up our slot some because we've learned the slots are a little tight. There's a little bit of whatchamacallit. And what do we call it? Elephant's foot. We're just trying to open up the slot ever so slightly. And it's really more in the vertical, the up and down, than the width. So we're just trying to make sure that that opening is the full 9 millimeters to allow that belt to go in easier. Then we need our last belt. That one's going in. Before I forget, let me pull this screw out here that we're going to use as the locking peg. You don't drink a lot of pop, but you like Dr. Pepper. Okay. I was a big Dr. Pepper fiend. And then when I had my gastric bypass, that was it. No more soda. But I was a huge Dr. Pepper drinker. And I agree. Most diet sodas taste like crap because it's aspartame, not, that's how they're getting around it is the aspartame. Uh-oh. There we go. There's our belt. So let me clean this off again. Just getting that filament dust out of there. Makes the file work better when it's not clogged up. And hopefully we can take that, get it out of the way. I still have skin on the knuckle. Didn't take it all off. You're drinking Dr. Pepper for me? Awesome. Awesome. You're my Dr. Pepper what? Pitch drinker. There we go. Not a pitch hitter, pitch drinker. Okay, so this last one here, we need to fold over about 6 or 7, and make sure that they're locked into each other. We just kind of squeeze them shut on each other and pull the belt back through. Easier said than done. Oh, good God. Got it most of the way out. Now I'm going to put the um, locking screw. I'm going to put the screw back in. That'll go through the black piece, through the yellow cart or the lime green cart, and into the uh, linear rail carriage. And then we'll make sure and continue to pull this belt tight to get rid of that extra um, amount of belt that's hanging out there, which is going to be slow going apparently. Oh, they did. They screwed Fanta up too, huh? Goodness, this one's going to be a hill to get done. If you time out anybody, don't time out anybody. I know you won't do it on purpose. Okay. Bring these around the idler pulley. And over at this side, it's going to be around the drive pulley. And then this is where we will line up our printed piece. Once again, the heat set insert is going to be out the side facing me because that's the long edge. Line your belt up right along, full length of that. And we'll stick it in. Hopefully we've got enough of a gap that we can wedge it in there a good ways. Oh yeah, that was good. Pull it back towards me. We're going to use our 50 millimeter M3 screw. We're going to pull this back towards us. Hey, KB3D Chris, how's it going? We are building today. So we built the last Z drive, and right now we're belting, and we've had lots of fun because we've had to do a lot of filing. So this part the little belt tensioner pieces are very, very tight. So I've had to sit here and file them down, and now I'm getting them in there as far as I can and using a M3 by 50 screw to tighten them in there as much as possible, and then I'll pull the M5 by or the M3 by 50 out and use the proper screw that's supposed to be used. Finish tightening them. It's so cringe, it's great. What's cringe? Yeah, so what I realized is these parts print on this side is facing the bed, which means these slots that you have to shove the belt through are actually there's a bit of an elephant's foot there. So I've had to sit here and open all the slots up in order to get the belt in there, and then just getting the belt tightened is a joy. So my printed parts, the PAC or the PC ABS that I used works well, but I think it had a different shrinkage rate, and that's what I've been fighting is the shrinkage rate of those parts. Yeah, it was pretty darn cold out there today. That's wicked, wicked tight. But it did tighten this up some, so that's good. Yeah, well, yeah, you can farm those out to turtle crawler. You can come up with some cool uh, etchings for you. Um, any tips for first time builder on Rook 2020? Um, it is pretty darn easy to do. The rookery is where things start getting fiddly. But the whole rest of the build is pretty quick and easy. You know, follow the directions, especially in relation to deracking your gantry, and you'll be fine. You'll be fine. Exactly. Take time, have fun. Don't be afraid to rebuild. We've got movement. We've got 4 belts installed. Yay, 4 belts installed. Nothing falls and nothing moves on its own. So that's good. We got our tool head. So I redid the party plate on here last night, Chris. After I got everything printed. So I sat there last night, took the tool head apart that we had done so far, replaced the party plate. The party plate's the piece that joins both of these. So the party plate is the black top piece here that joins both of the linear rails for the cross XY. I also laid the carabiner on here and figured out about how much length I needed to be able to run my fans. So this one connects on the underside. This one connects on the underside. There's a probe that fits into this slot. We're not going to be able to use that because we're using a beacon probe, and I've been told not good to run beacon probe through the carabiner and the distribution board. I'm not sure why. It may just add more resistance than needed. I still need to cut my hot end and thermistor cables to length and put them in a 4-pin Molex connector. So I still need to do that part on the build. And yeah, the reason we didn't finish off the tool head yet and do the mini Sherpa or the Sherpa Mini and stuff is because I'm waiting on a package from Chris with the power supplies and the gear drives for my Sherpas. Because while I do have a FISEC CNC aluminum Sherpa, I don't know if that's the best thing. The more I got to thinking about that, I'm like, an aluminum Sherpa with a motor that's directly attached in a heated chamber, at the top part of a heated chamber, am I going to run into any issues with heat in the extruder that's going to pre-soften material and lead to basically clogs between the extruder and the top of the hot end? I don't know. So I thought better of that. Rook 2020 is going to be your first Core XY printer. So the other thing that you normally see me do, ModLite, is I will run a belt or run one of the belts through the path, leave it a little bit long, that's fine. Cut that to length and use that, tooth to tooth, and use that to measure exactly the next length of belt for the opposing side. Start off both your belts, say on the left side, and leave like 4 teeth exposed, right? And then that way, when it goes to the right side, you can pre-tensional by hand and make sure that the same number of teeth are showing. and now you've guaranteed that your belts before you tension are the same length. And that's the biggest thing that I can tell you on doing a Core XY. And between that and the gantry, getting your gantry de-racked are the two biggest things to success with a Core XY. So it's the K3 Beaner. What I do with it? It's the tool head board, right? So this is the I love it. So this is the tool head board, and it says right here on the top, it's the K3 Beaner. If I can get it to focus. Probably still not going to be able to read it if it does. But this is a carabiner board, and so it's going to sit on there like this. So everything on this side of the tool head plugs in underneath. So you'll have hot end fan, or excuse me, part cooling fan, probe, hot end fan, and then your power and thermistor for your hot end, and a Molex connector. Then on the top, on the right hand side, your other part cooling fan will come over and plug into the top. You have your motor for your Sherpa, and then this is your 16-pin umbilical that goes back to a distribution board that'll mount right on the back side of the extrusion here. Yeah. You use the V02 bed. So this is it's the carabiner, but it's called the K3 Beaner. And it just literally sits right there. You'll have so it'll sit right here. You'll have a spacer, and then your Sherpa Mini will sit on top of it, or your Sherpa Micro, and your filament and PTFE tube goes right through that center hole. So it goes all the way down into your hot end. It is a 3D printer, Zombie. It is a K3, an Annex Engineering K3. And so once I get those drive gears, we'll build the Sherpa Mini, and we'll be able to finish off the top tool head on this. And meanwhile, we are going to continue pressing on. So we've got all three of our belts installed, or excuse me, all four of our belts installed. Now it talks about adding additional extrusions. So my primary color is Sparkle Obsidian Black. My accent color is this Sparkle Limebot Green. So that's actually the color scheme, Zombie. So Obsidian Black, Sparkle Obsidian Black, and Sparkle Limebot Green, and it's PCABS. So it's going to have a higher heat tolerance. And I remember somebody telling me not to do these yet earlier, but it's that point in time. So it says Z motion. It says right here bed extrusion. And it says please locate the 3 extrusions required for the rear and bottom assembly. Okay, so we need a 250 and 2 more 280s. So we'll see here what we've got left in the package of extrusions that we have. So we need 280s. They're unthreaded extrusions. So those are 280s. That's a 250. That's a 180. I'm assuming that this is probably a bed. So and it does not call out the 250 extrusion that has a blind hole in it. I'm kind of wondering, you got a bed to do? I feel like I have extra extrusion, which I might. I don't know. That's our 280 and the 250. And I think, like everything else, all of the 280 was tapped as a just in case measure, so it didn't matter which one you grabbed. Ease of assembly stuff. So we've got two 280s and a 250. And this is the rear extrusion. So once again, we've got a tape flag here. So this is the front of our machine, which would make this the back of our machine. So the back of our machine is facing to the top now. And we're basically going to make a T. It talks about using Masumi corner brackets, but I do not have corner brackets that look like that. We got different corner brackets in this kit. And these are kind of your standard aluminum corner brackets. Now, it doesn't say which piece goes where. That one's not going to go across, so this is going to have to be my upright. This one does go across, so it's going to go in there. Tight fit. And it looks like it goes right up underneath the printed piece. And that's a pretty tight fit. It looks almost like it's going to go right up underneath the printed pieces there. Let's see. Pretty darn close to it. Pretty darn close to it. So what I'm going to do is just try and get a couple of the corner brackets started here. And you need to really pay attention to which side you put your corner brackets on. Okay? Because it's where the motors and stuff go, especially on the bottom brace. So we really need to pay attention to which side our corner brace goes to. And these use M5 by 10 socket head cap screws. M5 by 10s. We're going to use some M5 T-nuts. And once again, these are slightly different corner brackets. So I'm going to make sure that these are going to work. M5 by 10s, that's what I just grabbed. Bottom out. So that's not good. So we're going to need to go to M8s and or put a washer underneath them. And seeing as how these corner brackets go, I kind of want to use button head cap screws anyhow. So I should have a plethora of M8 button head cap screws. Or excuse me, M5 by 8 button head cap screws. You dig out the black ones. I didn't even check. They may have given me some M5 by 8s in here. Because once again, they did provide some alternative bolts that weren't part of the standard kit. And I think that was due to the, going to the 1.2 spec. And then once again, making some changes. Like we're not using the, they provide some M8 button heads. So I didn't need to grab them. I just needed to grab the extra set that they provided. They did use the, we'll call them like the standard normal, aluminum corner brackets that we're used to seeing in the 3D printer realm. So with that, you'll need some slightly different hardware. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to kind of get these started on this, what'll be the bottom piece. Not the bottom piece, but the upright. Crash, bang, boom. What do you guys think? Do you think it'd be better to build it flat on the back? Yeah, let's do it that way. Let's flip this over. We're going to put the back of the printer on our table here, which is where our cross brace is at. And that way we'll be able to keep it nice and flat and keep it lined up. If we're looking at it from the front, our corner brackets face the left side of the printer, like that. And we're going to have to measure out 130 millimeters on each side. It looks pretty close. Let me grab my 1, 2, 3 blocks. Ooh, Chris is over there starting raffles. Okay, so we've got that. Another M3x8 or 3 millimeter. And of course, it would have helped if we put in our M5 nuts ahead of time. Mm, 30 millimeters. Okay, so we're there at the bottom side. Now let me get it going at the top side here. Um, SKR Mini E3 V3 will already have stepper drivers. And I think there's only one RGB outlet on it. And well, I have one right here, so we'll take a quick look. One NeoPixel outlet. You've got your X, Y, ZA, ZB, and extruder. So you'll have your X, your Y, or your A, and your B, and your Z, and then the extruder motor. You'll have a NeoPixel, which is your RGB lights. You might be able to pull and use something like the E0 stop or possibly even the power detect. Because I think those have signal 5 volt. I think they're signal 5 volt and so the NeoPixel is power, signal, and ground. So that's whatever power the board's getting. So I believe that's going to be and then your E0 is a 5 volt. You just have to pay attention to how you set those up, and you can use other ones. Yeah, NeoPixels would be for your one RGB light. So the NeoPixel port right there is for your RGB. And then once again, if you wanted to do like any other type of side lighting or something, there's the potential that you can run them off of like the E0 stop at their 5 volt. But it would probably be better if you just ran them off of directly off the power supply and maybe signal them with the Raspberry Pi or something. Okay. We've got that there. I need another one of these. Get it lined up and get it started up there. I can then lock that side down. Okay, so our rear upright is locked in. And what I want to do is just triple, quadruple check that it's 130 on each side. Yeah. Good, 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 good. Okay, so we've got this bar in. Now what we need to do is solidify our corner bars here with another set of corner brackets on the inside corners here. So we'll just need another couple of our corner brackets. We'll need a couple more of our M5 T-nuts. Chris, I was telling everybody earlier the package that arrived. So thank you for shipping me a couple of these that I can play around with. We have to figure out what I'm going to put them on. I don't I don't know if I'm going to put them on one of the new builds like a Micron or possibly on the large Trident. I don't think this will go on the large Trident. The Revo Rotom will probably go on the Trident though. But the language, like English is a second language for me. The Micron's a possibility. Possibly swapping it out and putting it on one of the Rooks. They're so good looking. Yes, they are. I'm looking forward to getting one on and playing around with it and seeing what all they brought to the table for us, because they look really, really like a strong extruder. Okay, that's one corner in. My Rook 2020, my Rook 2020, I think, is running a Revo. Oh wait, Gold Dragon was potentially running a Revo. Give me one second. The Rook 2020. What is the Rook 2020 rolling? I might have to go down and look. Oh, you know what? I know what it's running. It's running a Micro Swiss CR10 heatsink and a CHC heater that I had on hand. So it's a CHC heater and heat break on a on the Micro Swiss. I want to say it's their CR10 heatsink. And you got to be careful because the standard heatsink that you get sometimes with those machines or with those hot ends are like a 6 fin, and the ones that I had from Micro Swiss were like a 7 fin, and it's a slightly longer one. Using the stock one that was made by Fadis that I got from Fabrico with the Rook kit does not work because it doesn't clear, like the cooling ducts on the Rook or on the Rookery is just like a millimeter tall or longer than the hot end is. So you wind up having to do a lot of machinations. And the easiest thing for me was just grabbing a different heat sink. Okay, so we got the back pieces in. This is centered. This is right across, and there's a tiny gap between the plastic parts in this. And I'm sure I could take up that tiny gap because this one's pretty much right up against it. This one, there's a slight gap. It is 90-90 right here, so we're good there. It's just I can loosen this bottom one and pull it down just a hair. That's all it is. So yeah, it was basically a the word that came to mind I don't want to use on stream, but it was a custom. There we go. We'll just call it a custom hot end. Um. Oh, there we go. Now we need to add the other upright right here, so we can set that back up. And that other upright's going to go right across here. Once again, with the brackets onto the left side. And I've got plenty more, or I got a couple more of the corner brackets, but I have no more of the M8 socket head screws in there. I don't know if they wanted me to use the 10s, but like I said, the 10s will not work on there. They're too long. I need that. A couple more of these. And this is where, to make my life a little bit easier, I'm going to grab oh, they're sitting right over there. The other extrusions that I still have that I believe are going to be for the bed and stuff. And I'm just going to pop an extrusion underneath there. And I do want to use these extrusions just because if I grab a different extrusion, like I have sitting over here, I can't guarantee that it's going to be the same. I mean, they should be nominally 2020, but I want to continue to use the same type of extrusion that I used to space it the last time. I should be able to set this down in here. So I get the sneaky suspicion that this is just a smidge, and I do mean a smidge, tight. Yeah, you'll definitely want to use a CHC, but I think all three of my rooks wound up using a slightly different hot end setup on them. For the life of me, I thought one of them um, had a Revo CR, and I think it was the Gold Dragon that K2 Kevin took home from Earth. that had the Revo CR on it. Let's see. Oh, too low. So Chris, have you actually installed the Smart Orbiter 3 or the Revo Roto in anything yet? Oh yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah, like I've got a lot of cool things. I need to find time to install a lot of cool things. Um, like one of the projects I was talking to people about earlier, and I'll bring everybody up to speed on it here in a second. Let me just get this. Let me get this lined up and in place. So one of the other projects that I want to be working on is going to use a little case like this. And what it is a heater. So you take the fan off and you pop the heater out of this plastic piece, and you'll place the heater in here, You run your wires down into the bottom channel here, mount the fan back on it. And this, once again, is printed in PC ABS, so it's going to be high temp. And I've got a couple of 12 volt, basically thermostats that will mount in here and turn it on and off, trying to keep a specific temperature. So the plan is going to be, this is originally primarily designed for resin printers, for warming resin printers up in a cool environment like a garage or an outdoor shop. But I'm going to also see if I can use it in one of the Vorons to try and, let's just say, help it reach a little bit higher temp. I was having to use Brim, and I was trying to use my nanopolymer Vision Miner nanopolymer, but I couldn't get the darn thing open. I wound up using something else that I got from an Alien 3D box. But I think with getting the temp up a little bit closer to 60°C in the chamber, it'll help. So I was thinking about adding that either to salad fork or the bigger trident. Actually, I might put it in salad fork and then do a larger one or two of them in the Trident 350 kit. All of the things, exactly, says Liz. All of the things. We definitely need all of the things. I got my 10 feet of saran wrap messed up now. There we go. So we've got our extrusions. And the next step is going to be to add our Z rails to those extrusions. We're at 9 o'clock. Is everybody good to keep going for a little bit longer? I am. I mean, I've pretty much given up on sleep at this point. You're in, Chris? Awesome. I is? All right. We're good. We'll keep going a little bit longer. That back over there. Dang it. I printed a star. This is a Heathen Workshop 2023 ornament. It's a little star. He said he catted that, or not catted up, but did that up on Tinkercad in like 20 minutes on stream one day. So we're going to need to mount the linear rails now. One on the back, two on the front, and these should be pre-lubricated, and as you can tell, they're pre-lubricated with extra lube all over the place. So we'll grab a paper towel, maybe a glove or two. We're going to need more than one paper towel, huh? You're into just working and listening. All right, subsector. I mean, hey, that's all that we can do. Let me just move this down here and out of the way for just a second while we open these up and do some cleaning. I just heard something ding in, so I figured I'd check real fast and see if that was Mrs. Dragon yelling at me for continuing to stream longer. It wasn't. Nobody tell her. And like I said, these are nice rails, but they just have excess grease all over the darn things. So I try to, at the very least, wipe the excess off the main part of the rail. I don't want to get rid of the blob in the middle just yet until I pull the carriage off the end and just see whether or not there's a actual good amount of grease in the carriage. Because if not, we need grease, we'll just pull it out of that hole and use it. And I think that's exactly what we're going to do, is pull it out of the hole and use it. Um, I know people have had success printing ASA open air. I am not one of those, but then again, it also depends on the size of the print that you're trying to do and a lot of other environmental factors. So I don't want to say yes for sure, and I don't really want to say no either. Because like I said, it depends on your environment and where you're going to be working, um, and doing your printing and stuff. Oh, gee, thanks, Chris. So you're saying I know how to take care of my rails properly, do proper maintenance on it? Unlike somebody else who doesn't do proper maintenance and overdrives things and then ruins his pecker. Yeah, so in this case, turtle crawler, the I'll say the frame and stuff like that was done in PLA, but the bed frame and the rookery are ABS per the request. That's the material combination for that particular rook that we're referring to right now. So I want to move this to the second hole in, which happened to be the one that they stuck all the extra goopy goop in, because that one's not going to get a screw in it. So we'll move them in off the end ones to the second one in the line that we'll be able to put a screw at the end and the top. We'll move it over to that one. And we'll go ahead and move over to our second one. Seems like they squirted a lot more in this particular one, so hopefully this rail is, this carriage actually got more of said lubrication inside of it. Oh yeah, that one's pretty nice. This is pretty good too. So 2 out of 3 is not bad. Like I said, that one just seemed like it needed a little bit more grease in it, which we obliged it. We'll dig out this excess EP2. And like I said, I tend to wipe the rails down, not with the intent, like I'm not wiping them down with alcohol or anything like that. I'm just trying to wipe them down a little bit to get a lot of the excess grease off the actual rail, because the grease will get down in that groove, which is where you want it. But having grease all over the top and bottom, it's a waste. And I'm not sure if it'll get flung around during the print process or if it would like cook off over time, which could impact the quality of your prints. But you just need a little light coat of grease or oil on your rails to keep them from rusting. And once again, if you're doing things like LDO rails, Berserker rails, Honey Badger rails, you're pretty confident that they're stainless steel. If you're just getting cheap rails off of AliExpress or even some of the cheaper brands off of Amazon, which by the way might as well be coming off AliExpress, you'll notice a difference in them. And I have seen rails that say they're stainless steel that have, well, started rusting. So the stream isn't rigged unlike Chris's stream. He's doing raffles again. Yeah, stainless steel can rust, but once again, that's why a light coat of oil, and I use PTFE oil. You don't, so you need a light coat of protectant on it, right? It's just like a firearm, right? You want to clean it and you want to oil it to keep a thin layer of oil on it to prevent it from rusting, but you want it to be light. You don't want it to be like the EP2 grease and just slathering EP2 grease all over this, because that's also going to collect. It'll collect. It could collect filament dust. It could collect dust. It could collect if you're doing a lot of high temp printing, you could be collecting VOCs in it as well, right? Modlite, I've been happy with the Honey Badger rails that I've had and used, right? KB3D rails, LDO rails, they've all worked great for me. I haven't had any issues. The Berserker rails, I have never personally used, but I have heard a lot of good things about Berserker rails. So I guess I would have confidence in doing a Berserker rail. So I'm going to lay this down on its back, and we're going to do our center rail first. And what I'm going to do is just kind of do a quick count. 1, 2, 3, 4. I need 7 M3 nuts for each one of these. But yeah, I've been pretty happy with just about all of the rails that I have gotten. And I have even been pleasantly surprised with some, I'll say, cheaper rails that I've gotten off of Amazon. It's just one of those things where you've got to do a little more work on them to really make sure that they're good. I mean, you're going to want to tear them down. You're going to want to clean them out, soak them in isopropyl, and do all that maintenance. Where on a lot of your honey badger rails and stuff like that, like these, they came pre-lubricated. So some people would still wash off all the EP2 and redo it. I haven't found the need to do that yet. So we're going to use our centering blocks to center our rail. And M3x8, and we're doing rails. So once again, we're going to use our Loctite. Yeah, I have not had like I said, a tremendously bad experience with the rail or anything. I think I had one that was really, really bad off of Amazon, and they replaced it, which kind of floored me. I'm like, oh, I'll chalk it up as waste. But yeah, like KB3D, West 3D, Fabrico, any of those, they will definitely ship you a new rail in a heartbeat. Once again, we're just going to get all these loaded up. Yeah, I've had good luck with Honey Badger rails on several builds. Like I said, I've also had good luck with the KB3D rails. I've had good luck with LDO rails, of course, whenever you do an LDO kit. The only ones I haven't really had was the Berserker rails. Now, mind you, too, the Berserker rails is the premium line of rails with West 3D. Right? Anything with the Berserker name is their premium setups. So, and hey, Wednesday, welcome on in. Welcome on in. So we're making progress tonight, Turtle Crawler. We may even be able to get our Z motors installed. I did go ahead and do two of them, the two front ones. I built those off stream while I was watching Creatix Brit and Michael Laws after the last stream. He didn't bring the goats out, but he did go get the new puppies. Yeah, like I said, Fabrico, KB3D, doesn't matter. I'm trying to remember, Chris, do your rails come with EP2 grease already loaded, or is that something he'd have to do his own? Get there? Okay. So we've got our rail on there, and it says that the rail needs to be all the way down at the bottom. Okay. So flush with the bottom, M3/8 with VC3 or similar thread locker. We've got our pieces in place. I'm just going to apply a little bit of downward force towards the bottom as I tighten these up a tad bit. And I'm just getting these snug, and we'll come back with our torque screwdriver and do all the ones that we can get to. I might have clearance issues getting to this one down here at the very bottom. Yeah, it'd probably be easier to hit them as we add them in. We'll hit them with the torque screwdriver. And what's our setting for metal to metal to metal? Anyone remember? M3 metal to metal to metal is 1 Newton meter. Then we need to grab our iFixit bit. Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I'm following the instructions. It said to do every other one. Um, I don't know. Yeah, that's true. My lightweight for the Friday stream, and you can get your 10% off code. So we're going to turn this on. So C, currently set to 1 Newton meter. We're going to hit C again to clear it, make sure it goes back to that zeroed out. It's at 1 Newton meter already set. So now it's just a case of torquing things down. Yeah, KB3D can at the very least cut custom sizes. Let me see if I can get that out of the way enough. Now I'm going to have to hopefully get that my calibrated elbow to 1 Newton meter. Now we'll take and flip this around. Excuse me 1 second, folks. Sorry about that. Let me get some water in my or liquid. Okay. Need to do something real fast. It's not 100%, I'll say flat on the vertical there. I just need to get that fixed and make it vertical again. Too many things going on. Okay. And Turtle, now you got me going because I have done that before where I've gone and done like every hole. And now you've got me like, should I? Yeah, I know it's overkill. And, I would say if this was a bigger machine and the speeds that we are going to be hitting on this machine, then I would be more apt to say, yeah, let's go ahead and do every single one. But I mean, this is a 180 cube build volume. I mean, don't get me wrong, we can get it rocking. I've got my Rook pretty much rocking. I mean, I literally took my V0 profile and just renamed it as Rook and am running a V0 profile for my Rook. So, Rooks, okay, let me rephrase that. The Rook 2020. I'm not doing that on a printed. That would be bad juju. And we'll line up our blocks to get our rail centered. Make sure we're centered all the way down. Or centered all the way down, but all the way down. Yeah, the 2020 Rook. You can definitely run. Basically, like I said, I've got my V0 profile just renamed as Rook 2020 in Orca Slicer, and I'm running fast on a Rook 2020. Though my printed, the Fabrico Rook is pretty fast. I'll say that I think I was running Gold Dragon pretty darn fast as well. Hey, you're fine done. What the heck's going on? I feel like I'm just, I don't know, I just cross-threaded that. Or threaded that. One of the two. Pick your choice. But yeah, Rooks, I mean, their Core XYs as a whole are fast motion systems, right? Um, so it's just the more rigid you get the frame, the faster that you can go. Now the issue with the Rook is really it's top heavy, right? So if you get it going, it will start wandering around on the desk on you or the table, wherever you have it installed. It will move on you. So that's why I have mine on a rubber mat. My like chances are I probably bought this on Amazon because it darn sure is not in the the AutoZone, O'Reilly's, or anything like that in Sanford, North Carolina. I mean, we're not super duper Hickville, but we're not we're not a big metropolitan city like Charlotte or Raleigh. So it most likely came off of Amazon. Okay, so everything's installed. We're lined up. I'm going to make sure and push down to make sure it's fully bedded down at the bottom of the rail. And I'm going to go through and tighten everything down from the middle up and out. Once again, we're just snug it, and then we'll come back in and um, tighten it fully with the torque wrench. Everything's snug down. Take our torque wrench, turn it back on because it went to sleep. Where? I'm not sure if you can hear this, but I'm getting visual indication with lights as well as audio indication. Mrs. Dragon. Yeah, we're gonna have to do that with our Mark 1 wrist joint. There we go. Sorry about that. Yeah, so Mrs. Dragon, we decided we were going to go ahead and put our linear rails on, and we'll be calling it a night shortly here. Did my brother sack out early, Miss Dragon, or is he still up? Yeah, we're bad influencers. Hey, I did ask, should we keep going? And everybody's like, yeah, I'm in. Let's go. So, he's going in and out. Yeah, I figured he would. As much as he said, oh, they just did lidocaine, it's all good. I figured he was going to be in and out. Oh, and Mrs. Dragon, we'll need to chat a little bit later. We had um, a rumor during staff meeting that that my boss threw out there and said, has anybody heard anything about X? We're like, no. And let's just say the rumor was confirmed before the end of our staff meeting. It's along the similar veins of stuff that we've been talking about. But okay, so I made sure that everything's got Loctite on it. I made sure everything was pushed down against the lower rail. We need to torque these down. Again, just like everything else, we start in the center. Cut off on its own here in a second. Let me go ahead and put this up before I forget it. So over here and let it go to sleep on its own. Okay. What is up next after getting 3 rails installed? We build the Z drive, which we've built. So the main Z drive. Okay. Find it interesting that they did change the geometry on these and reduce the number of. Okay. So this is the front, this is the back. It goes on the back. No, it doesn't go on the back. It goes on the bottom from the back. Okay. The back of the printer is facing the bench now, right? Center, back. Our motor will mount just like that. So we need to get an M5 T-nut on the back and the center rail. God, that was stupid. This goes in the bottom of the rail. That's going to be close enough that I can line it up. Okay, so both of those are lined up and they get put in with M5 by 16 socket head cap screws. Make sure that's nice and tight and square. With those new Hawkeyes, you only need the visual. Yeah, yeah. You're going to head out, fixing to pass out. We'll send you pics, let you know. Okay, sounds great. Mod Light, thanks. Good night, Subsector. Good night, Mod Light. Thank you, thank you. So there's two on the bottom, and then there's one over here on the side rail. So we do have one more we need to add. And put that over and get it in place. And then we're going to need to use a button head, not button head, a ball end driver to get in there. There's no way we're getting in there without it. Okay, so one motor in. Now we haven't built the idlers, and I believe there is a yeah. So I've got probably a bunch of idlers, and I want to say there was a shorter idler. There's one, there's two, there's three. I want to say there was a. Well, we're gonna go with this. How about that? Um, two on the side, one in the top. These two all appear to be the same. Or no, they're not. Right, so one is shorter than the other one. I believe that's the one that goes here on the back rail, if I remember right. So I'll need 3 M5 screws or T-nuts, so I'm just trying to make sure I get these lined up in an appropriate about the appropriate location. And 5x16s again, I'm assuming. No, M5x20 and M5x25. M5x20 and M5x25s are over here. The M5x20 goes to the top, and the M5x25s go to the side. That's good. And then from the side for these other two, and hopefully we're lined up pretty good for them. This over on the side. Come at this way. Oh, I was going to talk to you, Miss Dragon. Yeah, he was telling me he's got to work um through the weekend if needed, which kind of sucks to be him. But nice try. That was a veiled attempt to get me to get off streaming, guys. Hey, Aaron, how's it going? Okay, so these, even though it says, wait, M5 by 20s are on the sides, 25 is at the top. I did that backwards. And nobody was shocked. Got home from a work Christmas dinner. Well, that's awesome, Aaron. Did you have fun? There was a some type of holiday celebration at the office today, and I didn't go into the office, and I didn't realize how many people drove in. Like my boss was there from the Outer Banks, so yeah, exactly. Ours, at least, they did it at the office, and they had it catered, and then they also have like bring your favorite meal. I mean, it's really good because we have a lot of people from India. So we do get a lot of different foods that we would normally not have or try. So that's always pretty good. Okay, so we got this installed. Probably going to want me to like, yeah, do the pulley. We're going to hold off and do the pulleys a little bit later. I just want to get these motors installed. We'll come back and do the pulleys a little bit later. Next up is this left Z motor. It gets fitted in there at like an angle. And before I do that, before I forget, I need to add some heat sets here. So I do need to quickly throw in a couple of heat sets. And what kind of heat sets are these? The M356s, so the extra long ones. And I'm probably just going to pop this out and freehand it. Ooh, at a country club. Well, but down in Florida, I mean, everything is a country club. But I get it. I get it. Sorry if I got quiet. I'm trying to concentrate so I don't burn myself. Yeah, that's pretty much what it was. Is it was done. Ours was done at the office during lunchtime, but various teams will then go out and do their own like team-based ones. This was more of a. Our VP was here, and it was more of a bigger one rather than an individual team. Okay, there's that. Let's go back to what we were doing. We're going to have our left motor, two M5 T-nuts. That's my nerve. One there, one here. go to this view. You should be able, maybe not. We'll go back to this view. And then I'll just raise you all up. Hey, gang. So we're going to mount this one in here. Pull the T-nuts into place. And it's interesting how in the manual, it used to have 4 attachment points, and now it only has the 2. So I guess they did some analysis and they realized that they didn't need to have as many attachment points to make this rigid. We're going to use the M5 by 16s. We'll do 2 more of these on the other side. For the other motor. Okay, 5 by 16s. And tighten these down. Now, what we will have, is it going to tell me to tie these together first or do the, those are different pulleys. These might be the extras because I think one of these is probably M5, the other is M6 threads. And it's, these are longer and there was a shorter one for whatever reason on that side. Pulleys. Pulley brackets, which will go here and here. Upside down with the single side. Oh, yeah, upside down. The single side. So you've got 2 holes on one side, 1 hole on the other. The 1 hole goes where rail is, and that becomes your end stop. So we'll have to feed in three T-nuts. Okay, and these are M5x16 button head cap screws. We'll need 3 of these. Parts appear to be a little bit tighter on the prints. But Aaron, I mean, it's been a pretty good build day today. Haven't had too many issues. Everything's pretty much. I mean, we fought with um, the belts a little bit. I think I had a little bit of elephant's foot at the bottom, and since the carriages for the belts print on the shorter flat side, and they basically print upright. Um, it sorry, like words and doing multiple things at once. Um, we had some elephant's foot on the slots that the belts feed through back here, so we had to do some digging and opening those up. Once we got them opened up, though, it was pretty easy from that point on. Everything just worked. Okay, so that one's on. The other side we're going to do real fast. I fixed the tool head gaffs off stream yesterday. I just went ahead and I had reprinted the parts. It was just a matter of tearing it apart and redoing it, which was simple enough to do. I did that yesterday off stream, so we didn't lose any build time today, just rebuilding that which was already built. Okay, those 3 are lined up. We're going to need some more M3x16s. What did I do with them? Need a couple more of these. 1, 2, and 3. Okay. The true pulley mounts are now in place. We do a tad bit of cleanup real fast. About that. Um, I'll go ahead and, or not, I'll go ahead. We'll do the pulleys next stream at the left front, the right front. This is what I was looking for. So there is a piece that bolts between here, and it would be this piece. So it takes M3s through the two little uprights, and then an M5 through the bottom there. Apparently missed like one whole side when I was deburring. Okay, so this tabbed ears go towards the top. It'll go like that. So let me turn this 90 degrees. You can see that this is how these pieces are going to go in there. So we'll need 4 M3 screws. 2 of these, I don't know how the hell we're going to get in there. It'd be interesting. And the M3s are M3 by 10s. 8. M3 by 10 socket head cap screw. Hmm. These are lined up with the edge, but there's a hell of a gap there. I mean, it's lined up. This has 2 holes in it. That's showing 1, but there is a major, major gap between here to get these lined up. So we may be done for the night because I'm going to have to figure that out. I may have to see if this is a different part or if they made a different part. I mean, it looks and it goes there, but where the um where the heat set inserts are at, there's no way it's going there unless these angles are different, but they look to be right. Yeah, something's off there with a with the angle. So I will have to look at that piece. And honestly, guys and gals, it is getting late. It's now 10:30. I'm going to need to go ahead and get ready for bed. We have made progress. I am going to have to figure this cross piece out because, like I said, this thing is, it looks like it goes there, but it's not lining up with these at all. But these are lined up with the rails. So it's like this is a different piece or an old piece, or there's supposed to be something's off. Bottom line. Yeah, I'll have to. Something's off. Maybe it is just angles with this. Something's off that way. I'll look into that and play around with it and see what the deal is. Or actually, let's just. Just kind of see what it would take if we did get these lined up. Because I just don't know if this piece will do it. Or maybe that's what I just needed to loosen these up so I can get things to line up. And we'll tighten that back up afterwards. We're on the list. Oh wow, Creative Brit rating in with a party of 14. Hey Brit, how's it going? We're actually getting close to calling it a night. I just had to loosen these four motor mounts in order to get this to line up to connect. And now we're just going to tighten this back up in place. Yeah, you never get to raid me, exactly. Hey, Dave of Things, Kieran Clark, welcome on in. Welcome on in. Give me 1 second here. Sorry, I'm starting to fight the beginnings of a cold. So welcome on in, streamers. Welcome on in. Streamers, raiders. I think I've been going at it too long tonight. So welcome on in, everybody. My name is Digital Dragon, and this is my Dragon's Den. So welcome on into the Dragon's Den, where we love our coffee, and we love all things 3D printing. And that includes our artists and cosplayers, such as Creatix Brit, who just raided into us. She's also a 3D printer. She may try and say that she's not, but she is a 3D printer and a hell of an artist as well. So thank you very much, Creatix Brit, for raiding into us. On this channel, we do just about anything 3D related, from assembling 3D printers like a Flying Bear Reborn 2 right here, to doing modifications to printers, to doing full-up printer builds like our Voron Triad, our two Voron 2.4s. I've even taken part in some prototyping. So we've got a 0G Mercury 1 here that was built complete from scratch under a closed beta, as well as our trad rack, which is going to get installed on the Annex Engineering K3 that we've been working on. I have a tendency to do some 3D printing, a little bit of cosplay stuff here. I've been working slowly on a full Mandalorian armor set, and Britt has twisted my arm really hard and talked me into it just by saying, you know, she wanted to do a collaboration on a droid with me. So we're going to collaborate on a droid. I believe we're targeting to have that by Earth, correct, Britt? Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So we will collaborate and do that. And the plan is, you know, we'll try and have everything printed, and we may even have some of the stuff like bench tested as far as the electronics, but we actually want to assemble it and have it working at the show. So that means, once again, we're going to go through and bench test things just to make things, you know, smoke test things, make sure it's working, and then do the full up assembly at the show. Holy crap, I have been I have been streaming for a while because Big Jano just raided into me too. Welcome on in, Big Jano. Welcome on in, all you raiders from Big Jano. Manor Mutant, Pez Liz coming back in. She's been lurking the whole time with multiple tabs. Darth Gollum, welcome in, my friend. Welcome in. How was Marble Races this evening? See, normally I would have raided out into Brit or into Big Jano to do a little bit of marble racing. But we've been sitting here working on this build. We just got into it, and it's just been like, let's go. You know, let's go, let's go, let's go. As my sister from another mister, Westery One would say. Hey, Dandelion 88, welcome on in. So we have been working on our Annex Engineering K3. It's upside down right at the moment. Let me go ahead and get 2 bolts in, and we'll flip her back around so that everybody can see her in all the glory that she is so far. So what I'm doing right now is installing the 3 Z motor drives. So this is a belted Z, and on a belted Z, you really need to have some type of gearing in order to keep your bed from falling at the end of a print. So in this case, we have 3 Z motors, the rear, the left, and the right. And this little piece here is just tying these 2 motors together to make them extra rigid. This has 3 mount points on it. I'm going to take this and flip it over, hopefully. There we go. And this will be the way it sits. Of course, our cables will be properly routed. But this would be the K3. Let me go ahead and bring you guys back down here. We had it raised up high. Actually, before I do that. So this is what we call a cross XY gantry. On a standard 3D printer, what we would call the ubiquitous Cartesian or a bed flinger, you have a bed that's sliding front to back, a vertical gantry that your X gantry would roll on or rise up and down on, that would go side to side and up and down. Okay. In a Core XY, you would have belts that would wrap around an idler at the front, motor, idler, idler, back around to another idler onto the gantry. And you're using two motors to drive your X and Y and do diagonal moves. In this particular instance, we've got a cross XY. So these two motors right here, the left front and the right rear, drive the belts that move this linear rail side to side. So these are your X-axis motors, and the right front and left rear are your Y-axis motors, and these drive the belts that will move the tool head front to back. Okay. The reason we're using 4 motors in opposing corners is that makes our belt runs a lot smaller. And we get to double the torque and the speed output of the motors. So this can be an extremely fast motion system. Okay. So that's kind of the difference in the various types of kinematics that we have. So this printer, we now have the X and Y gantry built. We need to still build our extruder to mount to the top of our tool head. We did our belts tonight for our X and Y, and these are using some 9mm belts. So they're shorter belt paths and bigger belts, because normally you would use a 6mm belt in 3D printing. So this makes it a lot more robust for, once again, that high speed flinging things around, right? So yeah, that's kind of what we do here, is we build a lot of printers on the channel. We like to do some upgrades, and we like to just have fun and chat. And I've been learning some things from Big Jano as far as running some lights and stuff like that. So you may notice, well, maybe not. There we go. I've got a little bit of light back here. And it looks like it's not moving right now, but that's because we had a power outage not too long ago. And it's probably just reset back to the default, and I haven't changed it yet. That's kind of where we're at, where we've been on our build. We've made a lot of good progress. Pretty soon, yeah, we'll be starting to work on building our actual bed platform for this printer. We need to come back and fit our idlers for our Z-belts. But other than that, we're getting close to done, because it'll be like doing the bed, and then we start working on the electronics. So on this particular build, since we have these 3 motors taking up, since we've got these 3 reduced gear drive motors taking up the bed, normally we tend to put a lot of our electronics at the bottom of our printers. And because we've got the motors down here, all of our electronics go on the back. So we're going to build this whole backpack system, and all the electronics are going to sit on the back of the printer. So that'll be coming up on, let's see, next Tuesday. We will be building on Saturday, but we'll be doing a Voron 2.4 on Saturdays. So the Annex Engineering is a weekday stream build. So that's Tuesdays and Thursday evenings. And then Saturdays, I work on a larger volume, larger size printer on Saturdays that I'm building for one of my subscribers. Trying to get everybody caught up to speed. And I do want to say once again, thank you, thank you, thank you, Creatix Brit. Thank you, Big Jano, for trusting me with your, with your viewers and rating into me. Let me do a big shout out to both of you real fast because I think both of my mods may have dropped offline already. It's also a good sign that you've been streaming for a while. So thank you everybody for coming in. I know you guys just rated to me, but I myself was getting ready to raid out when Creatix Brit raided in, and then we were quickly followed by Big Jano. So welcome on in, everybody. Thank you for being here. Please, if you're interested in 3D printing, or if you're just interested in seeing some cool builds, right? It A lot of people use 3D printers, but learning how 3D printers work, seeing how they're built, at some point you will have to do some maintenance on your printers. So seeing how they're built and how they go together will help out when it comes time for maintenance. Okay. But right now I'm going to check and see who may actually still be online that we can raid out to this evening. So let me take a quick gander here on who they suggest. And we have Astro Connect, Babe Ross, Ryan Cleveland. Let me go back to main Twitch and see who all's on. We got some Kobilax music, some Panfred Nuda, Astro Connect, Babe Ross Art, Science. What's Science up to tonight? Incept Geneticist plays. Looks like Zombie may have just started not too long ago. Hey, Shuttle, thank you for being here. Thank you for hanging out the whole time. I really appreciate it. Like I said, we're going to kind of raid out to somebody real fast. Let me just kind of check and see what Pan Fried Noodle may be on. Not sure. Looks like he might be away from the keyboard at the moment. Science. Looks like he's playing a game. We've got Babe Ross doing art. Does anybody have any suggestions or a preference? If you guys are interested in more 3D printing and printer builds, we can go over to Zombie Hedgehog's channel as well. I think he is just starting up. And it looks like he is, yeah, just starting. He hasn't actually, he started his stream, but he hasn't come on yet. And it looks like he's going to be starting to build his boron tool changer or tap changer project. All right, folks. Okay. Seems like we got pretty quiet here. I don't really want to dump you over into a stream that hasn't fully started yet. Oop, oop, oop. Maybe he's going. Maybe he's coming. I just heard him do a mic check. So yeah, let's go ahead and we're gonna go ahead and jump over to Zombie Hedgehog. So I'll get that raid going. So once again, Zombie Hedgehog is another 3D print streamer. He does a lot of printer builds as well. And did that not start? Oh, There we go. That should, is it not bang, is it splash raid or bang raid? Like apparently having, there we go, slash raid. There we go. I got it. So please, everybody, go with me over to Zombie Hedgehog. Like I said, he's got a cool project that's getting ready to start, which is the boron tap changer. So thank you, everybody, for being here. I know it was a very long stream tonight, but I think we made a lot of good progress. Take care. Be safe. We'll see you on Saturday, and we'll for the Boron 2.4 build, and then we'll be back to the Annex engineering on Tuesday. Thanks, everybody. Bye now.